All right, I think we're live. Need to get the chat to work. This is always hit or miss, so we'll see how this goes. All right, I think that one's working. All right, yeah, this is working. Sweet. This will probably be a shorter stream today. I actually don't have a ton of time, but I felt like I'd get the stream running. I don't know if anyone's here yet. Probably not. But for the replay, talking to myself. Let me see, I have to close some stuff. Hopefully the background music's not too loud. I might turn that down slightly. Bear with me. I need to get up and running. All right, I think we're should be good. All right, so today the main thing I want to work on is serialization of the game files, so like the save files, which will be a bit of a project actually. Because there's kind of a lot to this. But first, I need to add some stuff to the menu quick. So I had this little temporary, just like game save list. So they're all just random numbers because I just generated a random number for my save file name. But these are like previous save files. So I need to fix that bug too. Like I can just load these up. And obviously they load. So save and then load up. And the stuff obviously remains. So I need to actually do some serialization for those save files though, because they're not stable across game versions, which is a problem if I ever like add content between the creation of a save file and when it gets loaded. So I can demonstrate the problem here briefly, but first let me navigate to this folder. This is where my save files go right now, in the sessions folder. So let's clear these. Start one of these. So here's like my little file. Draw some stuff in the sky. And exit. And then load this up. Obviously things look great. But the problem is say I create a save file, and then in between the save file and the next time I load it, say like I add a block. And I'll just demonstrate that by, I don't know, switching out a block ID. So I just inserted a new block above dirt. And now when I try to load this, we'll see that all of the dirt has turned into logs. Because right now what I'm doing is I'm just saving like the raw data into the file. So on the next load, when it tries to load up the save file, is just reading, you know, whatever block ID was written directly to the file. And since the block IDs aren't guaranteed to be stable between game versions, it can map to an incorrect block if we don't account for this. So what we need is some mechanism. Sorry, my nose is kind of blocked up still. What we need is some mechanism to basically serialize block IDs into a, I guess, stable mapping so that when I load up blocks or load up chunks, it can figure out what ID it should be in the new game version. And hey, how's it going? Welcome. I just started streaming. It kind of does. I need to work on my little character sprite here. Give him some clothes maybe as well. He's supposed to be holding a spear. But yeah. All right, so I did kind of start some of this off stream actually, as I've done. So I created this system, but I'm not sure actually how I want to hook this into the save file. So let me look at what I did here. I can make the code a bit bigger as well. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. Yeah, so basically the way serialization works is you essentially need a way of representing data in a way where it's stable over time. So like this enum list, I guess, is like raw integer IDs. So like each block just kind of incrementally increases its integer like ID value. But I need a way of like mapping these to a stable value so that when I save it to a file, what gets saved is the stable value. So if I add blocks to this list, these keys won't change, essentially. I kind of wish I could do this all in one spot though, without having two different lists. Because it's kind of annoying to have to maintain a list of IDs and then a separate list for the serialization hashes, I guess these are called. But long term, I'm not going to have the blocks hard coded into the game engine or into the code here. This should be something that's loaded up from like files alongside the game. Because it's kind of weird to like tie like hard code data like this right into your application. But for now, I essentially need, let me think. Where's my project code? Yeah, all in VS Code. I like VS Code because it's just like one editor that I can use across all the like Mac and Linux and Windows. They all have VS Code, so I can just use VS Code everywhere. So I kind of prefer it for that reason. So, okay, so here is the actual problem point, is where I'm doing this writing of this stuff here, because I'm just writing these block data structs which contain the ID just directly to the file. But I should probably write this. Well, there's two ways I can actually do this. Let me do it the gross way first, because this should get working fastest. It does have other versions. I don't know what you mean by that. I think there's like the mainline one developed by Microsoft, and then I think there's like the open source branched one that you can get on. Yeah. Well, I run on Mac and Linux fairly regularly, in addition to Windows, because I support all three as like my three main target platforms, and I use VS Code on all of them, so I know for sure it works on all of them. Yeah, so let me do this the gross way first. I need to think about this for a second though. I just want like one structure I can save in one shot. I'm just thinking how to best organize this. So we need to serialize the count, the block count. There'll be 32 of these, so this isn't what I want. Oh, I don't even keep the last block. Oh, that's interesting. Do I store the max value on this? Yeah, I do. And this should be a 64-bit. Also, as a heads up, I'm not sure who's been in my previous streams. I'm probably gonna do a shorter live stream today. I'm not gonna do a 7-hour bender like I did last week. Mostly because I'm starting later in the day. But I have some stuff I need to do later tonight as well. So I'm trying to get this done today because it should be manageable. Let me just print out what this is actually, because I just want to make sure this is a sane value. I think this should be equal to the number of blocks, but I'm actually not sure. $46, yeah, that looks right. Actually, I can keep this. This is fine. So what I need to store here is the keys, is the hash from this list. So do I have a function that easily gets me that on this structure? I don't remember. I actually wrote this code here like a few weeks ago, and I never actually hooked it up properly. So yeah, get the key. And this is a linear search, which is kind of gross, actually. You just get it directly, though. so I can do and then I write this. This should be an array, actually. Okay. Okay, that should write the number of keys and then the actual keys themselves. So then when I deserialize, I need to read that. I'll do this in a gross way again just for to get it working, and then I'll come and clean it up. So what is this upset about? Oh, this is a usize. Oh, this doesn't need to be, I must mess this up. Yeah, thanks. Advice. I don't really know if I have good advice. It's I I don't know. It's it's tough doing simulations. Is all I'll say. Depends what your goals are with the simulation. If you're gonna do that yourself, because there's so many ways you can implement them, and there's like pros and cons of each way. So, yeah, I spent a lot of time toiling away, trying to figure out the best implementation for what I actually want to do with it. Because, yeah, well, there's like two main ways you can do physics like that. So you can either do particle based, which is kind of the more common method, I guess. And you could actually have really nice simulations with particle based because you're not constrained to just doing fluids. You can do a lot of stuff with particles. And you could have like multiple types of fluids interacting with particles in a very easy way. So that's one way. And then there's the other way is doing like grid based simulations, which is what I do in this game. So the grid based way is more limited because you don't have particles, so you kind of need to like emulate the behavior of particles through a grid, which is arguably less intuitive than just using particles directly. But it is more efficient at scale because the cost of the simulation is essentially it's fixed with just the size of like the grid that you have allocated for it. Which for my game I thought was better because I don't want any weird limits on like the amount of fluid on screen. Because like if you do particle based, the performance drops with like linearly with the number of particles you have. Well, arguably not linearly depending on how the particles interact, but mostly linearly. So you kind of like hit some upper bound with how many particles you can have. And that's just something I didn't want to deal with in my game. So, but yeah, there's a lot of things to consider when doing it, I guess. So it's not really advice, it's more of a warning, but yeah. Okay, so I think this should work. So then I just need some method to deserialize. Which I guess I can do here. So like blocks. In a really gross way. Let's see. In one line, let's just split this up into a separate line. Apologies if it's not clear what I'm actually doing right now, because this is kind of convoluted. But I'll show in a second, assuming this ends up working. So we get the element, and our key comes from this table. And the null element will just be block air. And I should write like a helper to do this because this isn't even safe. I'm just like blindly indexing an array with the value I'm reading from a file, which I shouldn't be doing. But I think this will work. Let me just verify. Yeah, that works. Reads into that. Reads into that. And this saves. Okay. So if I didn't mess this up when I save and load, okay, good. The fact that I see the blocks here is a good sign because I didn't break anything. So, all right, cool. So now if I change the order of these IDs, in theory, it should like perfectly map. So if I put logs back where dirt was, and recompile. So now dirt has a different ID than it did when I saved, because now it's separate, different spot in the enum. And they're still logs. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I see exactly what the problem was. Now I need to retry this because otherwise I'm going to get logs again. Oh, and I don't have dirt. Let's go somewhere where there's dirt. All right. Okay, we save, we load. Hopefully we see stuff, and we do, which is great. And if we change the order of the IDs, hopefully we don't see logs as dirt again this time. And we do. Is it because I messed up copying as well? Because I'm not thinking. It is, of course. Okay, third time is the charm. I think it's gonna work this time. Okay. Here we go, we have nice dirt here. And save and load. Still have dirt. If I change the IDs, recompile, and we load, we still have dirt. All right, sweet. But we lost, we lost the steps. Interesting. Why did we lose all our step pieces? They just don't save. Is it because I'm overwriting them? Okay. Yeah, it is. I don't remember which one. Now the annoying thing is we basically have to do this for every single value you save. We save to a file. because there's basically no guarantees that raw values like stay the same over time. Thanks. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on the water because it's one of the hardest things about the world. Because the water has just got so much going on. Yeah, I'm making a Terraria clone basically. Well, it's not a Terraria clone. I don't want to diminish the work I'm putting into this. But it is a Terraria inspired game, I guess. Visually, of course it is, yeah, because it looks very similar. Also, I'm very early in development for this project, so there's really not much that makes my game unique in comparison. But I'm working on stuff. And I'm also working on the game engine with the game, so it's like taking extra long. Because really what I'm doing is I'm developing this game so I can develop the game engine. It's kind of like goes in two ways, because I like doing both of these things equally. Yeah, it's a long story. It's mostly projects though. Like I started out with projects. I can't freeze. No, I can't freeze the water yet. I'm working to get this to like a demo state, because I want to do open like demo playtest for it. It's just not there yet. There's a lot of work left to do. But yeah, so I started programming self-taught when I was younger, like a kid, early teens. And then I went to college and I got a computer science degree. So I did that path. And then I worked at a game company for a while, doing engine stuff in C++, which is kind of why I'm interested in the engine side of things. And I don't work in the games industry anymore, but I work in like an adjacent job, still doing C++ stuff and graphics. So it's like a mixture of self-taught, but also, I guess, on the job. So I don't know. Okay, but anyway, I need to clean this code up because this code is pretty horrendous. But yeah, I have a Discord server for the project in the description. It's not very active. What is casting? You mean like typecasting? Or, I don't know. If you want to know like typecasting, like this, you see like this reinterpret cast. This is just like a concept from C and C++, where like variables have types. And types just are ways of telling the computer how you want to represent data. And what typecasting allows you to do is to basically tell the computer that you no longer want to interpret it this way, you want to interpret it a different way. And there are implications of doing that depending on how you're casting. So like one cast you'll do all the time is like casting between a signed integer value and like an unsigned integer value. And sometimes you'll cast from like a floating point variable to one that's, you know, non-floating point, just a number. And that type of cast is different than an integer unsigned cast, because when you convert from like a number that has decimals to one that doesn't, it's like those are physically represented differently in memory at like the bit level. So it has to actually like manipulate the bits to do that cast. But yeah, it's just like a feature of the language that you can do this. Okay, so anyway, sorry if I missed chat in here. I didn't realize so many people were gonna jump on here. I'm kind of a bit distracted. For anyone that just joined, I'm working on the most fun thing ever. I say that sarcastically, and that's serialization of game data. Yeah, I do need to do that. I could talk about this for a while. Okay, so I don't know if you heard I had a little bit of a spiel earlier about what type of water simulations there are, but I do mine on a grid. So my entire water state is represented basically through a giant grid. Each cell has like a velocity, a mass. Actually, that's it. Those are the only two. Oh, and a pressure, velocity, mass, pressure. So there are like 3 values that represent the state of the fluid grid cell at any given time. And the simulation just loops over that grid and analyzes, okay, it's at this state now, and the neighboring grid cells are at this state. So what happens to that cell, in this update step? So when I'm saving to a file, it's literally just a matter of saving that grid state, because I can reconstruct it if I just load that back into memory. And right, uncompressed, my fluid simulation takes up about 64 kilobytes, I believe, per game, like world chunk, of fluid like state data, which is actually like pretty small for like a save file. Like 64 kilobytes per chunk is actually not that bad. The problem is when you start trying to worry about networking, so like multiplayer, and of course I spawn in a place that doesn't have water. Let me try this again. This becomes a problem in multiplayer because 64 kilobytes is a lot of data to send like over the network, especially if it's per chunk. My multiplayer is a little broken right now actually, but so this is like demonstrating multiplayer. So if I were gonna send this data uncompressed over the network, I couldn't do it because it's just too much to send. I just caused a lot of lag, like network bandwidth problems. So what I do is I compress it, so I can kind of show the value. So I have like these debug overlays, which might be hard to see on the stream. But the top value here is like how large the memory takes up, how large the fluid memory takes up compressed. So you can see it's a lot smaller compressed. So like chunks that have no liquid at all are pretty small. Like this one's 0.04 kilobytes. But as I add fluid to this, you can see it like spikes up. So that makes it a bit more manageable. And then it's a matter of like updating only the chunks that need to be updated. So I'm not just gonna spam chunks, like spam updates. You kind of just have to prioritize the ones that actually need to be prioritized. Yeah, it's entirely grid-based. This music's really loud in my ears, sorry, 1 second. It might be quiet on the stream, but in my ears it's really loud. I turn it down. Yeah, and I can kind of show what those buffers look like actually. I know this is a bit of a tangent from what I'm doing, but it's interesting. So like here is the buffer that, and this might be hard to see on the stream because it's like compressed. I can make this larger, I believe. Or no, I can't. So like if I spam water just everywhere, this is like what one of the buffers look like containing the fluid data. And this kind of looks like nonsense, but you can kind of see that like certain regions here correspond to world chunks. And then, yeah, so like this buffer represents, I believe, velocity and maybe mass. One of these channels is like mass, I think. But as I fly around, these get like swapped out for the chunks you actually see. And then if I go back to like the regions that were unloaded, it gets loaded back in. So it does like stream in and out of memory. So yeah, it's there's a lot that goes into this. And this is really complicated for multiplayer as well, because obviously I can't simulate the entire world at one time because that's just way too many chunks, right? Like this isn't, it's not cheap to simulate all of this. So I have to simulate just a specific, a fixed number of chunks at any given time. So on multiplayer, there's a lot of like problems where if you have one player in one area of the world and the other, somewhere else, like 500 blocks away, the region at which the world is simulating the water, those regions might partially overlap or not overlap at all. And you can imagine scenarios where there's like a giant wave of water flowing from one side of that region to the other. In that multiplayer, like one client that's connected might not have the chunks loaded that the water's flowing into, but the other client will have those loaded. So you get like water that's transferring into unloaded chunks for one person, but not the other. And that causes problems because it's like now your water will necessarily inevitably diverge in state because of that. So of course the server has to simulate everybody's water as well to reconcile those problems. But yeah, it's this is why it takes so long to make this kind of stuff, because it's like you think it's easy just adding water, and it's like, man, there's so many edge cases that you need to think about. But I'm working through it. But yeah, I haven't even gotten to the proper serialization of this either. Like I'm just dumping the data to disk still. So that's kind of what I'm working on now. But I need to clean up how this looks because this is really not ideal. So let me see. I do this in a header file, which isn't great. Wait, do I do this in a header file? I guess I could break this into a source file as well. I hate creating source files for these. So can I do that any other way? Yeah, I wrote, okay, so, sorry, I'm like looking at this without talking. So I have this little serialization system that I wrote, which is basically a class that lets me write like binary data in a way where I can reconstruct it based on like keys. So it's like a JSON format, but not using JSON. It's like writing as a binary file. So it's like an optimized JSON file essentially. And I have the API designed such that I can just like create an instance of the serializer and then write to it. So for example, what I'm doing in the chunk saving is like when I serialize a chunk, I pass it in a buffer that I'm going to write to, and the reference to the thing that I'm serializing. And I create a serializer. Well, I don't create. I just instantiate one or whatever on the stack, of course. And then, I begin serialization. I give it the version. So this is like the file version. And this will let me reconcile, like, if I update the game and I add new content that would invalidate a previous save file, I need to be able to know which save file the old file represents, so I can, handle that when I'm loading in the save. Like, say I add a new feature that adds some extra world state, and I'm loading a save file that was from before that game version, so it doesn't have the world state in the save. So it's like in that instance, I need to be able to detect that that's true, and then stub in some new, some default data for that. So that's what the whole versioning thing is for. But anyway, I create a serializer, and then I can just write to it. And these are templated, so I can just write like, this type, and I give it, a tag essentially, or a key. And then the value that I'm writing. And then this thing I can just write directly to a file if I want to, or anywhere. I can send it over the network as a packet. It's just a stream of bytes at that point. So yeah, and I have a kind of a weird C++ hacky thing where these write functions, I can create custom write functions for like any arbitrary type by defining a static method, static member function of this format. So if it detects that one of these exists in the translation unit, it will stub in this, it will stub in at compile time the correct serialized method. And this is some crazy way of doing that at compile time, which, you don't even have to waste your time trying to understand. But basically I can branch on that, and it's like, if this type has a custom serialized method, it will run that code path. Otherwise, it'll just fall back to writing the memory directly into like the byte stream. So I have, in addition to that, for these block IDs, I have, yeah, so sorry, I'll get to your question in a second about what the backslashes are. So I have this serialization table enum thing that I created, which is also kind of intense. But this is essentially just a class, a struct that represents a table of key value pairs that I can use with the serializer to save a raw value and map to a different value in the future based on this key. So these are like just, random numbers essentially that I will use, that like this random number represents the log block, right? So I'm no longer saving this raw value of this enum 8. I save this thing because I know this thing will always be true into the future. So yeah, it's just like this crazy kind of overly indirect system, but it's like necessary. It's just ugly by like necessity. So yeah. Anyway, I want a function on this serialization table struct. And the backslashes here are necessary because this is a macro. So this is just like C syntax for having a macro that can be multi-line. Otherwise, I'm getting an error because I don't have one here. See, it's like not happy down here. So I want this static serialize method so that if I try to serialize one of these, I've been up to a lot of stuff actually. I've been working on this game. I added multiplayer support into the game engine. I don't remember the last time I streamed prior to that. I think I was doing metal stuff for graphics. I did some stuff for input handling. I've been up to a lot actually. It's been busy, but I'm back streaming. Okay, so yeah, so basically the problem is I don't want these defined in the header file. So I need to implement these somewhere. And I didn't really want to introduce a new translation unit into the core module, but I think I'm going to for now, just because it will make my life easier. But maybe I'll clean this in the future. I don't like adding CPP files because every time you add an additional one of these, it's like it influences your build times because now you have to like compile a whole new file. You have to link it. So ideally you kind of minimize how many of those you create within reason. And if I'm creating one just for two functions, that feels kind of stupid, but it'll be fine. Okay, so I need to stub out this function. In here. And this takes in name. And buffer is what? What is buffer? This is a class, I hope. Let's make sure I have these right. Deserialize. Oh, actually, this might not be easy. Okay. I can't do this in the CPP file because I can't expand the macro in the source file. The problem is I can't do this in the header file because I rely on this buffer class here as part of my function. And I don't include this here because this shouldn't be included in this file. So I guess I should move where this is defined, probably. Like maybe this should be in buffer, but it doesn't feel like it should be because it's also not that. So maybe I just don't do this. It would be nice if I could though. Okay, I'm gonna delete this. I was trying to clean this code up, basically. I wanted to move this out of here. Like if I could do that, I could simplify this to like a single line. Like my goal is that I would just have like this. You know, and I would, I guess I can't even serialize this because this isn't even instantiated class. It's all static. I could do like this, I guess. And it would serialize with one line was the goal. I guess I could still do it up here. Like I could do this, I believe. Well, maybe I can't. Okay, I know what I can do. I can bring this back. I can keep that here and I can instantiate it here. I can actually implement it in this translation unit. So then I guess it's up to wherever I use this thing. Whether I implement the functions or not. And if I try to use one that's not defined, it'll just give me a compile error. So in theory, if I run this, oh, I actually broke this. Let me undo all of this. Okay. Just for testing, just make sure that this actually, I expect to see this in the log, in the output, whenever I save a chunk. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, it's calling this because it's detecting that this function exists. So when it calls to this, it will run this. And then from here, I can actually put this code in here, which should work fine. And then this way, I don't actually need these keys anymore, which is nice. I don't have a right array. So then if I write the corresponding deserialize, which returns whether it succeeds or not. Where's this function? I'm gonna need to store more stuff on here, actually, I think. I guess for now I'll do this again in kind of a dirty way. But we're honing in on a better implementation. Actually, I have a better idea. I feel like I'm so back and forth right now. I just like, I don't know the best way of solving this problem. So I'm going to do block ID serialization table. This will be my new little class. So I have the methods on this class, or struct, I guess. Static void serialize, and it takes this. So this is actually what I want to serialize and deserialize, because it's the problem is like multiple layers. So it's not only that the save file is older version than the current game version that's running, it's that each chunk could be a different version, because I don't load the entire world's chunks at any given time. So there could be a place where you explore in one game version, years ago. You haven't gone back to that area, so you haven't loaded those old chunks in. But you've loaded in other chunks. So like the newer chunks get updated, but the older ones just don't stay. They just stay untouched. So like I can't rely on like a full world upgrade. I have to do it sort of by a chunk basis, specifically for this chunk data. So I can't just like save the table as like a single table. It needs to be per chunk. So this I can save per chunk basically, and I reload it each chunk. And I think that will be a better design. This should be Boolean. Because the benefit here is that I can store a table on this thing. And I can actually make this static, I guess, because this isn't multi-threaded, but maybe. For now, I think it's fine to be static. So this array I'm trying to implement is this. I don't know what a good name is for this. Okay, whatever. It doesn't need to be initialized. Yeah, I don't need this to be static actually. So this note is fake. Okay, and then we try to read this stuff. So we just do the inverse. Guess I don't need that. Okay, and then I can delete all of this. So yeah, then this part, so basically this part, the serialize just stores like the global, like, current table. So this thing doesn't care where this is called, because it doesn't actually rely on this object, even though I'm passing it in. But this one does, because each chunk can be different. So basically, these should be one-to-one with each other. Let me just make sure that makes sense. Entries, read, keys. Okay. So then I can simplify this by just doing passing that. And then the deserialized portion of this is I just statically, for now, have one of these things. And then I deserialize this. All right, attempt to. What I call this. And delete all of that. Delete that. And then this is kind of a gross function, but for now, we can stub this in, and then I'll make a helper function for this as well in a second, just because this isn't a safe operation either. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Okay, so delete all the worlds. Hopefully this works. It'd be embarrassing if it doesn't. All right, so the world still saves, which is a great sign. Because if this were fundamentally broken, that wouldn't work at all. Now we do the test from before, where I switch out the IDs to emulate like a game version change. So what was in the scene? Sand. So if we just like swap the regular sand with the black sand, assuming this is working, it should look exactly the same. And it does. All right, so that simplified that system. Whoa, a lot of emojis. The emojis don't show up on my little chat box that I see down here on the bottom. It looked like a blank message. I'm like, what's happening? Oh, here they are. So they were just like cropped out. All right. Again, this is the most thrilling part of game development, is doing save files. I really get thrilled up thinking about doing this. I certainly haven't procrastinated doing this for months. Yeah. Okay, so this here needs to change as well. Yeah, let me think. So we need a function on this. little class. You know what? I'll make this a class, even though it really makes no difference. Literally makes no difference whether it's a class or a struct, but it's fine. So we have a function that will be, so we have a block. It's a technique called reintegration tracking, and I can send a link to it because it's kind of interesting. But I first have to dig up the link, so bear with me. Why is it so hard to navigate YouTube sometimes? Here we go. I got it. Which chat are you in? You're in YouTube chat. All right. It's loosely based off this is the implementation. My implementation isn't exactly this because I've changed some stuff, but like the general principle is I followed this method, the one I just linked in the chat. Okay, why is this error? Okay, so we return a block. So basically the goal of this function is we want to get block from let's see. Get block ID from get new block from previous block. These are the best function names. So we pass in previous block ID. And then this will just verify some stuff like if this is greater than or equal to the count, that means we have something that shouldn't be there. So I can just return error, I guess. Though in debug builds, I might want to assert that this never happens. Just because that would be unexpected. And I suppose that's kind of all I need to do with that. So I can just return get try get element. Maybe this should be maybe I should assert this case as well. For now, that should be fine. Wait, what? Oh, should be get element. All right. So I can replace this with that, and this would be my little, I guess it should be and that is a long function name. Get block from previous. Should the sand be black there is the question of the hour. I don't remember if that was intentional or not. Okay, we have dirt. And if we change dirt to be stone, what happens? Dirt remains dirt. Great. My ear's itching. All right, so great. That works for the block IDs. Unfortunately, there's more than just block IDs. So I need to think about what else there is. So what else do we serialize in here? We have the overlay, the detail. Interesting. Actually, it probably would be a good idea to serialize this thing as well. So, like, let's call this block serialization table as well. And we'll have nested serialization. Always the favorite thing. So we have, and this should probably be in the block header. This shouldn't be here. Well, I'll keep it here for now, but I'll move it in the future. It's never good to leave to-dos just dangling around, so might as well do it the right way. Okay, Windows Defender, I don't care. This way I can change the format of this stuff if I ever want to in the future. And I can also handle that. So basically anything I think might change is a good idea to deal with. So... And I can also use this array writing interface, which is convenient. This is what? It's size. Maybe I should write these to the file briefly. What do you mean the writing part? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean like... Okay, maybe I think I understand. So my game engine doesn't have an editor. It's like code-based. So the engine is the C++ code. So it's not like Unreal where you have an editor. Because a game engine isn't an editor. It's like the game engine runs underneath the editor and the editor interfaces with the engine. But you don't need the editor to have the engine. That's basically how game engines work. So yeah, and I don't really want or care about the editor because I just would prefer to code the stuff. So that's what I'm doing. If I understand the question correctly. Let's see. I will not one-line these. Yeah, sorry I'm not doing too much right now. I'm kind of in the weeds here, which maybe doesn't make the most exciting stream content, but I just want to get this done quickly before I move on to more exciting things. For the most part, yes. Mostly for compile time, because standard library really nukes your compile times, and I don't like that. Okay. These are some meaty lines here. Why are they so long? Oh, just blew right past my line count limit. All right, let me split that up. Okay, again, this should do essentially the exact same thing as before, just even more robust. Yeah, so I guess to demonstrate the engine, so like this is the game I'm working on right now. It's like a Terraria clone. So it's like one game in the engine. And I have like a VS Code plugin that I wrote down here at the bottom, which lets me like... yeah. Oh, okay, check out my compile times. Yeah, let me turn this into debug mode so it's a little faster. And LLVM. So this is a fresh compile, fully clean. Oh, and I have a compile error, of course. What? What is happening? 1 second. Let me fix this. Attempt to use a deleted function. What? Oh, the classic. Wait, what? I've actually never seen this error. What is this talking about? This worked fine. Okay, I guess I'll need to... It's not worth it. Yeah. I was trying to show LLVM because it's the fastest compiler. I guess I can do GCC. Is this one going to error too? Wow, what's happening? Why does menu state need a destructor? Is it because I'm doing, oh, I know what's happening. Oh, this is so stupid. 1 second. No, I don't need Claude. You don't need AI to help you with this kind of stuff. What's this mad about? It's because I don't have a destructor, because one of these states has a list on it, and the list has a destructor. So it expects a destructor. Maybe this will shut it up. See, this is why I hate C++ sometimes, because stupid stuff like this. All right. Now I can demonstrate. Check out these compile times. This is great. Again? What? Okay, we'll stick to GCC. GCC works. The worst demonstration ever is when the code doesn't compile. That's not even that fast. That's slow. Some of my other projects go a bit faster than that. But yeah, it's better than 3 minutes. Let me figure out what this issue is about, because I don't like having compile errors. Has a non-trivial destructor. I know the issue, I just don't know why that didn't shut it up. just give it a stupid destruct constructor. All right, there we go. 1.9 seconds to not only compile, but I've built all of the assets. So I've built the game's asset binary file. I've compiled all of the code, everything, and now I have a runtime error because of an assert. So yeah, that beats 3 minutes. And that's mostly because I don't use standard library. So if you want fast C++ compile times, just don't riddle your code base with like unnecessary header files. But yeah, this is like one game. I do select, I believe. Let me look. I actually don't remember. I do, yeah, but I am doing networking on Windows, yes. Source, backend, Windows. What do I use? I think I use select. And what am I doing? Oh, maybe I am using. I have it like customizable, so I can change the number depending on how I initialize this socket thing. I have it kind of like abstracted, so I just have like a class that represents a socket, and you can like, obviously you can send and receive from a socket. I don't know why I have a double tab here. And then my server is just a list of sockets. And you have to accept them. So where do I do that? Yeah, somewhere in here I have logic to like not accept sockets if where is it? If I'm past the limit. Of how many I define, which I think is if I pass null to this function. For this game, I think I have a low number. It's like 16. I use UDP as well. I have dual stream. So I have UDP for positions. I have TCP for like game state type stuff. So I have a UDP socket as well. But it's not action combat, so it's fine. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, so like I was saying before, I keep going on these little tangents. So the game engine, I have this little VS Code plugin, which basically is it just drives how the compilation and the build tool works. But I have like convenient little functions, like I can do a multi-launcher option. Well, it's that's a nuanced question. It depends on a lot of things. Inherently, it's not difficult to write ports for different operating systems because like Windows, Mac, and Linux basically behave the same way at the fundamental level. So like what is different is how you achieve the things that you're trying to achieve. Like obviously Mac, Windows, and Linux through like X11 or Wayland lets you create a window, right? And kind of the features of the window are basically the same. But if you're writing a platform agnostic game engine that isn't using a library that's already solved this problem, then you need to like actually like write the code for each operating system to create the window. So in my engine, I've done that just because I wanted to learn how it's done. So like in my init function for X11. So this is Linux. Like if I want to create a window, I need to call into like the X window API, using all of its, procedures to create the window. If I'm doing that on Windows, it's like now I need to use the Windows headers. So like what's the corresponding code is like you have to call the Windows functions. And for the easy stuff, that's actually pretty like trivial because like this isn't much code to create a window actually. Like on Windows, it's literally, I don't know, 15. It's 70 lines of code to create the window. And most of this is just like my formatting because I have a bunch of like new lines. So it's like 4 function calls to create the window on Windows and a few more on Linux. So like that stuff's easy. It's difficult in some ways because like the hardest part really has been like the graphics API side of things. And even that's not even that bad anymore because you like in theory you could just use Vulkan for everything. If you use like the Molten VK Vulkan layer from Mac, it's like you just write a Vulkan renderer and it should just work everywhere. But yeah, if you're writing this stuff from scratch, it's just like a lot of code that you have to make sure you're doing equivalently between all the platforms. Otherwise, you'll get weird bugs that you don't expect because you might have, messed something up. So yeah, that's how that works. Yeah. All right, so I'm going back to serialization. Yeah, and you kind of see, maybe it's hard to see because it's tiny on the screen, but like everything I have in this backend folder over here, these are things that are operating system specific. So like the audio APIs are different between all the operating systems. In the file system, thankfully there's only really 2 you need to care about, which is the POSIX file system, which Mac and Linux use, and like the Steam Deck uses, and Windows. Graphics, obviously all the graphics APIs. Networking is POSIX and Windows, which is nice. Threading, same story. Time is different, so each operating system has a different way you can get the system time. And of course, windowing. So yeah, it's just a lot of work to get all of that stuff up and running. Yeah. And I support all 3 compilers. Main C++ compilers. My man. I think it's a good idea personally to support all those C++ compilers. Mainly because they each kind of catch things that the others don't. Like the bug I just had before with this constructor destructor thing. GCC had no problem compiling that, but Clang did not like it, so yeah, that's always a fun time. Nice. Yeah. I like Clang the most. Clang's the fastest as well. It compiles the fastest, and when I profile my builds, it also runs the fastest. So the Clang optimizer is the best so far, in my opinion. But I keep the other ones here just because I like being able to run them. Like MSVC is actually really slow compared. So Yeah, GCC, or I guess G++, 5 seconds to build. And then LLVM, clean, build. Let's see. This is a release build with optimizations enabled. So 2 seconds, 2.4. And I think MSVC is going to be the slowest. Because it's really... I'm curious which translation unit it's hanging on right now. One of them it doesn't like. Yeah, 10 seconds. Like, what is happening? It's 4 times slower than Clang. And I'm curious what it's like getting hung up on. I should spend some time at some point to figure that out. That'll be a future project. I need to fix the multiplayer. For some reason, the character on the clients doesn't actually move. Like, it's fine over here, but it's not fine on the right screen for some reason. And I'm not sure why that is, actually. To do. Temp. Do I have that in here? That seems like a comment I would write. Should make this bigger. I'm kind of lacking. I'm lacking motivation right now to do other things. I need to work up the motivation. No, I haven't even seen that. Is that the new C++ reflection stuff they've been talking about? I don't keep up actually with some of the latest stuff, so I'm not sure what the state of that is. I know there was talks about adding reflection properly to the language, which is kind of exciting. Because I've like implemented a poor man's version of reflection. Well, I don't even have reflection. I shouldn't say that. The problems where I need reflection to solve, I've like employed code generation basically. So like that's like the entity system. I do some code generation for that. So it'd be nice to just have that as a feature of the language, so I don't have to do like hacky code gen. All right, I'll get motivated here in a second. All right. So I need to go back into the chunk thing. Let's continue our cleanup. Let's move this out of here. Get this in the blocks header file. Where is block data? Where do I define this thing? Right here. Nice. Okay, so this class lives in here, and all of these functions can go in the source file. Oh no, I don't define this here. Or it's down here. I need to move that. Okay, 1 second. That error is a lie. My Clang D doesn't seem to update correctly, because I get these like errors that happen that are just fake because it's not seeing that the file changed. Someone subscribed. Nice. Thank you for the subscription, Doodle. I get a little noise when that happens. What's this matter about? Oh yeah, it's a fake error. Okay, and then this stuff needs to just move. This should be like block data deserialize block data, and we get this instead and return that. Most of this stream has just been me writing code and then deleting it and changing it. But we're honing in on something clean, I think. Too long. It's not clean. All right. Yeah, essentially. That's what I'm working on. Specifically for the some world data I'm saving at the moment. Okay, so this. This isn't temporary anymore, which is great. It was temporary for all of an hour. Okay, so now yeah, okay, so now what I can do is just simplify this. I don't know why I did this on a single line. Just pass this in directly. And what does it matter about? Doesn't matter about that. And I guess I could mutate this in place as well to avoid a copy. So I guess this doesn't have to. There will be other state ID serialize in a bit. All right. So we can simplify this to just be so the input is what we read from the file and the output is this. What is happening? I keep doing this. And actually, All right. In theory, this works, hopefully. I want to turn off the multi-launcher. Nice. All right, let's do the test where I change the IDs up between save files. So we'll swap the sand again for black sand, and ideally, aspirationally, this doesn't actually do anything. All right, sand looks good. And the cool thing is I can demonstrate why we need to serialize. So if I run that experiment again, first let me load and save. Oops, I meant to load. Well, it doesn't matter. Let me create a new file. All right, so to demonstrate why we need to serialize, we have sand here, nice yellow sand. If we save, exit, and if we didn't serialize, which I can emulate by just turning this line off, and we happen to change the block ID numbers, say we add a block or we mutate our list of linear block IDs here, and we tried to naively just load that from a file, which, see, I changed the black sand to be the same ID that the sand used to be. We will get what we expect to see, which is that the sand has turned black because the engine doesn't know that it used to be a different block, because from its perspective, this block ID just represents black sand now. So yeah. This is why we need to serialize, because we need some way of knowing how the block IDs change. And that's just one example of numerous types of state like that that you care about. Serializing. So we'll turn this back on. I think it should still be black sand now because that's the new ID that it thought it was. Or oh, actually it did revert. Interesting. Yeah. Now there's so much more to do with that. So like I'll need to do that for biomes. I'll need to do that for basically all entity state. Anything that saves as a raw integer ID isn't safe to store basically. And in practice, well, in theory, this should handle blocks that get deleted as well. Like if I have a block type and then I delete it. So let me try that just to make sure that also works. So I'll make like a, where's the black sand? Yeah, so we have like black sand here. It's a bunch of it. I save. Which save file is that? It's that one. So then if I just remove black sand by just commenting it out. So now the game doesn't know about black sand anymore, in theory. We have an error, so we missed one of these somewhere. Oh, it expects black sand here as well. I didn't mean to... I'm missing one of them. Here we go. So it should just convert sand to be air. If it works correctly, we'll see what happens. Which file is this? 24. Yeah, there we go. We have air where sand used to be. Now hopefully I'm not deleting block types. So yeah, the serialization system is like handles, yeah, save file versioning. It handles basically representing data as not just a raw stream of bytes. Which is great. And I need this for multiplayer too, because it also handles like the byte order, the endianness of the data types. Which, I mean, in practice isn't really a problem I need to worry too much about, because those don't change really on modern hardware. Pretty much all modern hardware uses the same bit endianness, but you never know. It's good to not assume that when you send packets over the network to other computers. But I'll be right back in a second. I'm gonna go get something to drink and maybe a small bite of food. So I'll be back in a second. I'll leave the game open. All right, I'm back. I need to think of what I want to work on next. There's so many things I need to work on. I need to work on these cloud colors, actually. Some of these don't look very good. Like the light's like backwards here. I don't know why that's happening. It's like the clouds are too bright, maybe. They're not blue enough. It's kind of hard to get good cloud colors, though. It's like maybe you go more blue. Doesn't look too bad. But now it's like too dark. I actually kind of like those. It's not too bad. I think the further cloud layers need to have more like a fog effect applied to them with the way the color gets applied. Because right now they just get like dimmer, but that doesn't really make sense because the clouds aren't dimmer in the back, like in the distance. They'd be shifted more blue. Like some storm clouds. Get like Christmas clouds. All right, I'll be productive. Okay, let me turn the sand back on because I don't actually want to lose my black sand. Because that is a nice block. Okay, so what I want to figure out first is why is the character broken in multiplayer? So it's just like the host player is broken. Oh, that's interesting. It's like it's not sending its position to itself or something. All right, let's see. It's probably just a small oversight. I use DirectX 11, OpenGL, and Metal. So I support 3 of them right now. And I have Vulkan as like a work in progress. But I haven't been working on the graphics stuff for a few months. So. Okay, I think I need to print out the values. Let's see. If is server. Yeah, the engine does more than 2D. This is just a 2D game that I'm working on at the moment. But yeah, it's a lot of work. 1 second. Okay, so it's not even receiving its own position is problem number 1. So that narrows that down quite a bit. Yeah, so I can show that. So this is like the game I'm working on right now, which is obviously a 2D game. A little Terraria clone. But the engine can do 3D stuff as well. Like I have this demo project that I wrote just while I was working on the 3D stuff. So this is like a globe renderer. Just sort of demonstrating the fact that like, turn the labels back on. That I can do 3D stuff. This isn't that crazy of a 3D demo, obviously. But it has kind of like the full feature set you'd expect. Well, not the full feature set. The engine has like the concept of like a scene graph and stuff. And like the render state is, I've put a lot of thought into designing it such that it could translate well to a 3D engine if I decide to write a proper 3D renderer, which I haven't done yet because I just have so much stuff I want to work on. So yeah, there's like this demo. I have a very, a very bad looking demo here. So this, obviously my assets here are really low polygon, but this is kind of my testbed project while I was working on. Yeah, you don't want to hear my solution to that. I have my own shader language that I cross compile into the target API. So I only write shaders once in my own language, and that cross compiles. And you could ask why I didn't use something like SPIRV bytecode and translate that way. Or there's one called slang, which kind of does a similar thing. And the answer is that I didn't want to rely on libraries for my graphics engine, because that's no fun. So yeah, I have my own shader language, which is fun. But yeah, anyway, I have like a bunch of test stuff in here. So like, I don't know, test instances. I can turn this on. This is like instance rendering here, frustum called. And though the snow particles are the snow count, I can like increase the snow count. This is all just like testing stuff, just to make sure the graphics works. But like if I go back to the globe, I can show the, sorry, my nose is kind of clogged up. I can show my shader language. So if I jump into this project, oops, it just shut me out. Yeah, so this is the globe, obviously. And my shaders are written here. So like, here's the shader to do the atmosphere. So this function obviously takes in some parameters and returns, I think, a color value. And then like this is my fragment shader main function. So this file is a .shader. That's just what I've named my shader file extension. So right now I ran that with DirectX 11. So if I go to the if I go to the output folder in my generated stuff, I can find what the HLSL output is for this. So this is like the generated DirectX shader. So here's this integrate atmosphere function. And this looks kind of unreadable because it's just like generated code. But the cool thing is that I can just switch to OpenGL and run. And my build pipeline, which is running here, will generate GLSL shaders instead. So here's like the OpenGL shader code. To do the same thing. And what's cool about that is I can just like in my shader file here, here's like the composite shader for the final image output. Like I can just like change this to multiply it by, I don't know, make everything red and just, oh, this is running, it's not gonna go. Recompile, and now it's red. Feel like I go to DirectX. So yeah, it's it's kind of a crazy system actually. And it's more than just a shader language. I've actually tied parts of this in with my render abstraction layer. So things like the vertex formats and the buffers. I generate C++ code for these as well from my shader files. So like you can see I have a uniform buffer here for like my matrices. If I go into the generated graphics header file, I think this is the one that gets generated from that file. So the cool thing is that in my C++ code, I can just immediately access a one-to-one equivalent structure for my GPU data structures, which makes writing shader code super easy. And because I don't change the graphics API at runtime, I can bake that into the executable, which is really convenient because then I can just have like vertex data in my game code directly, and it will just pick the correct struct based on which graphics API I'm compiling with. So that's, yeah. It's a interesting system, I would say. I don't know if I've seen other game engines do similar to this. Well, that's not true. I wrote this game engine because this is similar to something that was done in-house at the company I used to work for. They didn't do this precisely, but the idea of generating structs and stuff from shader code is an idea I was inspired by. And I was like, well, if I'm going to support multiple graphics APIs, I kind of just want to go the full the full mile. So yeah, I spent a good 4 months, I would say, developing this render system. And I put all this work in to make a Terraria clone. So that's fun. Okay, So I need to fix this multiplayer bug though. So I guess the question is, am I not sending the state maybe? This is all really gross multiplayer code as well. So what's the packet ID for this thing? Let's find out. Don't question your life choices. I don't know if I recommend doing something similar. It's actually a lot of work. And arguably, it's a lot of code to maintain for little benefit. So, yeah. I think it's cool, personally, because I like doing that kind of stuff. But I don't know if it's a required, thing. There are solutions out there that already solve this problem. So I've kind of like reinvented the wheel for my own engine. But in some respects, writing your own game engine is reinventing the wheel. So like, I don't know. Whatever you have fun doing, you can do it. Okay, so where do I send positions? Where is it? UDP positions. Nice. Which part? I've said a lot. Okay, so positions. Where do I send this packet? Is client. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I'm sending this packet from the server to itself, but let's just verify through a little print debugging. I am not, oh, I am sending it to myself. So am I not receiving the packet? Is that what's happening? Server handle UDP. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so I do receive the packet. I mean, okay, I could cope for a bit and argue that it actually is less code to maintain because I only have to maintain the code generator rather than the generated code itself. In my code generator does most of the boilerplate for what you would otherwise write by hand. And a lot of the boilerplate is just like giving the GPU information about what you're trying to do. So if that is code that's error prone, handwritten, it's arguably better to generate that code because you won't make mistakes with generated code because it'll always work in a predictable way. At the downside of having generated code, which kind of comes from some mysterious area, it goes both ways. So what's the handle here? Something isn't getting to the actual data structure, and I'm not sure what it is. So my expectation, basically, what the problem is that this value here, this white line, I should be seeing these numbers change as I move around, and they aren't changing, which tells me something is not working correctly. clearly. I guess I know for sure I would rather maintain one shader file and have the like the backend versions of that be generated than maintaining 3 shader files. So arguably less code to maintain. What am I doing? Multiplayer. Okay, so this is changing, which is exactly what I expect. So where is this failing? That's so bizarre. Let's see. This should just be really simple. It's literally just a hash map. Is this not updating? Let's see. Maybe it's not mapping correctly from the key to the actual value. That works fine. Are these the same addresses? Annoyingly, this is a... I don't even know if they will be the same addresses because that's the address to the reference. I don't think it works like that. I can't just print that, can I? Yeah, thanks for joining. I'm probably going to end the stream at some point soon as well. So it's always fun. I might stream again tomorrow, actually. So look forward to that. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good chat. Okay. It is time for the debugger. First, I need to fix one of these asserts, otherwise it will error when I try to debug, I believe. It's like pointing to a different memory address or something. So I'm seeing an old value that I shouldn't be seeing. Yeah, I need to fix this. Which module is this? Game state. I thought I fixed these, but I guess not. Wait, what? All right. Let's debug. I did not like the debugger. What? Let's try this again. All right. So we have two places that session actually, I have a different idea. I'm in the wrong project. there's like two things that could be happening. Either I have some copy of the value somewhere, or my iterator doesn't work. And I'm trying to figure out which one it could be. Oops. Okay, so that works. So then if I iterate over this, do I get the same results? Okay, my iterator is clearly not broken. Whoa. Oh, that's right. Because that works as I expected. Yeah, it is. It's quite the project. Sorry, I have some like weird bug happening right now. I'm like, I don't understand how this is possibly failing, which is the weirdest part. Like, I don't know. The engine for about 2.5 years, I would say. It's hard to say precisely because this engine's just like an evolution of stuff I've done before that. But the GitHub history for this specific engine is about 2.5 years old, I think. And the specific project I'm working on at the moment is coming up to about a year But it's really like 6 months because I didn't work much over the summer on the game. And I kind of only work in my free time, so I'm kind of limited in how much I can get done over time. Okay. I have this weird problem at the moment where, so I'm working on networking, and so like the problem here, if I create a host and then I connect to it, from the host's perspective on the left here, what's happening? Why can't I? Okay, I can't drag on that side of the screen for some reason. Here we go. From the host perspective, which is on the left side, everything looks fine. It's like I see my other guy moving around. I can move around. But from the client's perspective, the connection, the server is just chilling up in the air here, so he's not moving. Yeah. Yeah, because I have a full-time job that I work during the weeks, during the week, which takes up a lot of my time and sort of mental mental energy, as you would expect. So, because I do the engine stuff is just like a hobby project because I like programming. But yeah, it's it's a lot sometimes. But yeah, so I have up here, probably impossible to see on the tiny compressed live stream, but I'm printing out the positions of the players. And this bottom one is the connection over here. So when I move around, like his positions are updating as I expect. But for some reason, the server isn't receiving its own position updates in its representation of memory. So it's receiving the connections fine. But if I go, let me see, which one is it? It's kind of hard to see. But this one, wait, I have to disconnect the client really quick. So in the terminal, I have printed out when I'm sending the position to itself. So the server is sending its position. It's receiving its position. And then this line here is what the data structure has in memory for the position after it has received it. So that changes. But for some reason, when I print that exact same structure out up here, this one isn't the value from here. And I actually genuinely don't know what could be causing that. Because these are the exact same memory values. So I don't know why. Unless there's like some bug I'm just overlooking, which is entirely possible. Is it possible I'm like receiving my own position and overwriting it right away? That could be happening, I guess. Let me... I think I actually understand the problem now. I have a working theory. I think I'm sending... It's kind of annoying because the way this works is that the host client, you know, the guy with the server, from like a programming perspective, it's easiest to just treat the host as like a client and a server at the same time, and to just send packets essentially to itself, just because that keeps the code paths like exactly the same between, you know, single player, multiplayer, being a client, being the server. It just simplifies the code to do it this way. But you have some redundancy in like your sending state to yourself when you could just access the memory address directly and get that state. But just for like keeping a clean, coherent kind of code base, it's better to be redundant, I guess, in this respect. But I think it's causing me a problem here because I think I'm sending a position and then overwriting the position right after it received its current position. Like it's like storing an old version of its position, if that makes any sense. It's weird, but let me test this. I think I understand. So in the server handle, or client handle receive UDP. Yeah, so this is the client receiving the positions of all of the players. Yeah, so it's looping through the player IDs, which is the handle. So I guess here, if the player ID is itself, then we return, because we don't want to store our own position. That doesn't make any sense. Because we know our position. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. Yeah, wow, 14 years. Sorry, I kind of glanced over that message you sent. Yeah, so I'm in a similar boat with this game, actually. So, yeah, this is the game I'm working on right now, which, yeah, looks like Terraria. It's the easiest way to describe it. So I've actually, I would say, okay, so I started trying to make this game in 2013 in Game Maker, and actually had a pretty good version of the game at that time and worked on it for a few years. But I didn't really know how to program too well back then. And there's like a lot of things I just wasn't accounting for in you know, designing a game like this, just because actually it's a very complicated game to make, with all the different systems and all the like the simulation. It's just like a lot that I didn't account for in the first crack at it. And then so we're in like 2017 time frame, 2018. Then I went to college because I was doing my degree. Then I got a job. I kept doing programming. I learned a lot of stuff. And I decided over the past, I guess, year to 2 years that I want to try again. Now that I actually feel like I know how I can do this game correctly. So that's what I'm doing now, is I'm trying to give this game a real shot at existing. So yeah, this project has been on and off for a while. And some part of me feels like I should just maybe move on and make other things. But I really do enjoy working on this kind of stuff. And the game engine part of this is really fun. So it's kind of a fun game to make because it on the surface, it looks like a simple game because it's 2D But there's actually a lot of stuff you need to do to have like a networked 2D open world block game. So yeah, it's actually really convenient for like developing the game engine, because there's just so many features I need to implement to the engine that the game requires. So it's kind of fun to work side by side with on that. So that's what I'm doing. And like somewhere around here, let me see if I can find it. I don't know. I have a version of the original game somewhere. Maybe I don't have an executable of it. I was going to show off what the original looked like before I rewrote it, but I maybe don't have that easily enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah, and that was kind of a similar thing actually with my situation. So for a few years I worked at a game company, a AAA company, which had like, I don't know, it was kind of unclear what specifically I was allowed to do and what I wasn't allowed to do. Like I could work on my own stuff, obviously, on my own free time. But because it was in the games industry, they're a little more strict about, you know, what you make on your own time. Like whether it is or is not property of the company I work for. So I was kind of unmotivated to work on stuff that may have commercial prospects, like this game, during that time. Just because like I didn't even want to deal with any complications if they came up, so I just wasn't too motivated. But I don't work in the games industry anymore, so I have more freedom in what I can do in my spare time, which is nice. And it pays better, so. I work in I still do like similar stuff to what I was doing in games, but I don't work in games anymore. So yeah, the stress level is lower. The freedom is higher, the pay is higher. So it's actually a nice circumstance. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. That's awesome. I would love to do full indie. That'd be great. I think I'm not being the most efficient at making that a reality though. I think developing my own engine and trying to make my game in my own engine is like not a very time efficient use, or not efficient use of my time when it comes to doing indie as a moneymaker, as a career. It would be cool though. All right, so we fixed the position. Yeah, it's interesting because, to answer your question, Komiku, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. It depends. It kind of depends. So my experience in games, I worked for about 3.5 years at a AAA company. So I did graphics, for context. So I was like on the graphics engine team. So I don't have any complaints with the job itself. I actually thought the company I work for was, I don't know, I don't have any like negative, and I'm not just saying this because of NDAs or anything. Like it generally was a good work experience, and like I like the people I worked with. and I liked the work that I did. But yeah, the pay isn't as good, I would say. So if you're in it for the money, I don't think the games industry is quite there. You do work on interesting problems though. So like if you like that, I think it's worth it. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot I could say. Yeah. It's interesting. It also depends what company you get into, I think. So like I worked at like one of the big ones. So I think one of the just hard things about working in a large company, and I think this is true outside of games too, so maybe this is kind of a general thing. But when there's more people touching the code base, it's harder to actually write code quickly. And like personally, I'm someone that kind of likes to just write code quickly. So like when at larger companies, there's just more bureaucracy in how code gets submitted, you know, and then there's like problems with like the build pipeline all the time. There's decisions about certain aspects of the code base and stuff that aren't always the best, which can get annoying. Versus at smaller companies, which is where I work now, I have a lot more freedom in how I write my code and like the kind of stuff I work on. So I don't know. I think it's just like, it depends what you want to do. And also, I guess the other thing I could say on this, so like in the game companies, especially the big ones, you're very, like they have specific roles for people. Like I was on the graphics team, so I did graphics related things. But that was kind of like the silo I had to live in when I worked there. And like I like graphics code, it's fun to write. But I also like writing other code too. Like I kind of like the full, you know, set of, I don't know, just writing game code. So it was kind of annoying when I'm just like stuck doing graphics stuff. And when there were problems that I was interested in, I couldn't really, you know, move outside of my silo. And I didn't like that too much. And it felt like you were like really set up to sort of progress in the career ladder under the silo that you're working in. Whereas it's like, I don't know if I want to be like a senior like graphics engineer specifically, right? Like I kind of just want to like do all of the stuff. And I understand why companies do this. You can't have a complete free-for-all between everybody. And not everyone's interested in doing everything. But I just felt like it wasn't a great fit for my satisfaction. So yeah, that's kind of why I decided to look for other jobs. And I think I missed a question. Do you have advice for beginner getting C++? I think my advice is you just have to start working on projects. Wow, 37 years. I probably look like a youngster in comparison. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 27 for context. So yeah, you've been programming for 10 more years than I've been alive. So yeah, that's cool though. I'm over here like giving poetic life advice when I'm still a baby in comparison. Yeah. I guess the thing with the graphics code too, I mean, I guess you would see this more than I have. But like the problem with graphics code is it's always changing, it feels like. So even if you learn graphics, there's like, I don't know. I see this with working on the engine. It's like all the graphics APIs and each API has like versions, subversions, and like Mac does one thing and Windows does DirectX, and it's just like, I don't know. I guess this is kind of a tale as old as time when it comes to different, I don't know, computing stacks, but yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it still is related to graphics, actually. And it's C++. I also do some Java as well, so it's kind of depending on the project. Do you have any advice for C++? Sorry, I missed that question. Yeah, my advice for C++ beginners. I don't know. I don't really have good advice for that. Maybe I should get the game running while I'm just rambling. It's probably not too interesting to look at blank code. My advice, I guess personally, my advice is that I learn most when I'm actually making stuff. So if you're trying to learn C++, you really just have to like actually program, I think. And the other problem, so C++ has like one main problem in that it's a very complicated language. So like when you're trying to just learn C++, that's kind of a loaded goal, because like, what does it mean to learn a language? Like, I've been writing C++ for like years now, but I still don't know the full language, right? And I kind of intentionally don't use a lot of the standard library, and a lot of C++, like modern C++, is using the standard library. So like arguably, I don't know C++ because I don't, I'm not intimately familiar with how to use all of like, I don't know, like all the different standard stuff that is in C++. So like the way I prefer to write C++ code is I prefer to write it, I guess, I don't know, C-like in a lot of ways. So like I don't rely, like I said, I don't rely on the standard library features, and I don't even use all the sort of the newer C++ version, just like core features. Because I think it's easier to learn the language if you're using like the fundamental portions of it rather than trying to like dive in and learn all of the libraries that go with it as well. Which arguably you could say like maybe you should learn C first, because you kind of like, at least through C, you'll learn all the sort of low level fundamentals of how, I guess, statically typed compiled languages work. And then from there you can, obviously branch out and start to use some of the standard features that make life easier. But yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm saying at this point. I think you just have to like make projects. And the other thing too is you kind of have to accept that the first things you write aren't going to be amazing. Like, it's kind of unrealistic to go in and just assume you're going to like make some masterfully written C++ program. And it's kind of like the problem of like, you don't know what you don't know. Yeah, I agree with what you said. CPP reference is great. But yeah, like I said, like that was going on. It's like you don't know what you don't know a lot of times, especially with, I don't know, programming complicated things. So like you kind of, at least in my experience, it's like I just learned that stuff through trying and then failing, or at least maybe you don't even fail. Like maybe you try and then you realize after writing the code and realizing it's not maintainable, that there are alternate ways you could solve the problem, and then not being afraid to like rewrite that code. Because if you do that enough, you kind of realize that a lot of the problems you solve are just kind of different skins to the same underlying, pattern. So like there's just like a lot of common just like problems you solve, and you'll see through experience that you just kind of like keep redoing the same things, and over time you'll like recognize more and more ways to do things, I guess, if that makes any sense. Yeah, in OOP, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't feel too strongly either way on that, I think. I don't know. It's tough. Because like even that, I feel it just really depends on the problem that you're trying to solve. Like some things, like OOP is nice for some problems. But like, I don't know. I'm not one that I don't like to use OOP when I don't have to, just because I think the indirection you get with like object-oriented designed code can make it hard to reason about the code base. And like I've kind of getting flashbacks to writing Java code. Some of the Java code I have to work with at my job currently is like this, where it's like you have you have like interfaces and abstract classes that inherit other classes, and then those inherit other classes, and some implement methods and others implement methods. And then when you're trying to read the code, you see like a method call, but you don't actually know precisely what that call, like where the code is for that call. So then you like hop in the debugger and you look at the call stack to try and figure out where the code is actually coming from. And it's like this like 10 call deep stack of like this weird object oriented, inheritance. And I think that's kind of detrimental to just productivity. But if you're used to that, maybe it's fine. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, these live streams are kind of fun because it like makes me think about some of the stuff that I don't think about too often, unprompted. All right, what can I work on while I'm chattering away? Like, okay, I can... What is happening? So in my game engine, I actually do use OOP, and I use it for the entity system. And I'm not even sure if I want to continue doing that, because I don't like it in some ways. But for like my UI widgets, so the buttons and stuff, I have a very OOP system of creating buttons. And like if I go to the load game menu, I have this little scroll region. So like all of this code that drives this is very object oriented. Because at the time I thought that maybe that was a good way of doing UI elements. And I don't even think it's a bad way still. I'm just not sure if I like it too much. Because it made sense to me at the time that like, a button is a widget, and like a scroll bar is a widget, and a text box is a widget, but you might have a button that is also a text box. So that would be like another class that inherits both button and text box. But that gets messy really quick. And I need to fix, what is this error? Assert data is null pointer. Why is this trying to call init? That's super weird. Yeah. It's also you could go down the whole rabbit hole of performance with OOP, and like by nature object-oriented code isn't very performant because it doesn't actually map very cleanly to how the CPU actually accesses memory. So you can make the argument that, I guess, non-OOP code, data-driven code, is better for a lot of things, which is why I said it's kind of dependent on what you're doing. Because I think like performance critical code, you wouldn't want the hot path to have object-oriented sort of structure. What was the error? So I had like some... Where's my menu? All right. Oh, this should be free. And this, all these buttons are temporary, by the way. They won't look like, they won't look this bad in the final game. This is just temporary programmer art buttons. Just to get me going. Okay. What can I do? I kind of completed the block serialization thing faster than I than I expected to this evening. So I don't actually have a plan for what I want to work on next. If you can't tell, I'm just kind of like dilly-dallying around. But there is a lot of stuff I can do. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, there's like, yeah, like you could optimize to hell if you wanted to. But if you like actually take a step back and look at where most of your time goes during a frame, it's like the majority of the frame time goes to like talking to the graphics card and telling it to do stuff. On modern computers, you're almost never CPU bound unless you're doing like really crazy stuff at large scale. That's not to say you should be careless, but you have to have like really fundamentally messed up your algorithm to cause performance problems. And usually when you make those fundamental mistakes, it's easy to fix them with like a more performant algorithm. So unless you're truly optimizing for like microseconds in some hot loop, it is kind of a rabbit hole you can get sucked down easily for little gain. So I want to add, we can add something here. That's true. You'd be surprised though. I feel like some of the, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. That's a good point. That's kind of why I advocate for learning C first. Because in C, you kind of don't have anyone holding your hand in terms of how to actually do stuff. So it really forces you to learn or to understand what the computer does. Okay, let's see. I want to sort my save files by time because it's kind of annoying to not know which one was the most recent. Actually, you know what I can do? I can add a button. I can do something that's useful with my time right now. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do before I end the stream, which this might take a little while, so won't come immediately soon. Let me read this first. This is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of like the composition over inheritance sort of thing. Yeah, and like yeah, I guess I don't even know how I would define OOP for myself. I guess to me the virtual method, right, like the virtual dispatch of functions would actually be part of what I would consider OOP type coding. And I really don't use any virtual functions in any of my code except for the entity system. But I'm thinking of gutting that because I don't even use it there very much. Okay, anyway, yeah. So like I said, I'm going to add a proper world creation button just so I can actually name these sessions. Yeah. Template metaprogramming. I don't know if you were here for this crazy thing I showed earlier. But some of the grossest code, let me do a little showcase here. Some of the grossest code I've written in a while is this little function here. Or not function, this little, I guess, class. I don't know what you consider this. I forget the acronym to describe the behavior that this thing allows me to do. But this is like kind of cursed, actually. And I don't know what I was thinking when I was doing it, but it's kind of cool. It's like, it's cool, and that's the dangerous part. So in my little serializer class, I have these functions to write, like basically to write into the byte stream that this thing produces. And I have these as templated functions. Or where is, yeah. So basically it's a template function that just takes in a type, reference to a type, and it'll just copy the bytes of that type into the byte stream. And that's kind of like the naive way that this works. Is like it's a direct copy. But I wanted to make a way for you to easily have a custom, basically serialized function for any arbitrary type that you write. And I wanted it to be determined at compile time, just because I thought that would be cool or clean. So this crazy thing here is a structure that at compile time can basically constant expression, like const expr if, compile in whether this function exists for any type by detecting whether this thing actually exists. I'm doing a horrible job explaining that. But I think it's crazy that C++ even allows you to do this, because it's like honestly so out there. And the way this works is like some crazy, like you declare some temporary type that then will instantiate like a template below. And then whether that template gets declared, it like will constant expression return true or false, so that at compile time you can know if this exists. And it's actually like cursed. But it's kind of cool because then I can just have a class. Like I just did some of this earlier in the live stream. Where is it? I have way too much stuff open. So like as a demonstration, so I have this class that is responsible for serializing and deserializing block data. So what that crazy syntax allows me to do is to just write two static functions of this specific format, right? So it takes in like my buffer, which is like my byte stream, and the type, the class that I want, like the type I want to serialize. And I can just implement this somewhere in the translation unit ultimately. And it will compile time detect that this thing exists and just call this directly, which is kind of cool because like I can then, depending on any arbitrary type, I can like write specific serialization information, like procedure for it. But yeah, it like like it's just dangerous in that it's possible and it's tempting to write code like this. But it's also code that, like, looking back at this specific bit of code here, wherever it was, I don't know, here it was, I could not explain to you how this actually works anymore. Like, I understood it for a while I was writing it, but I don't understand it anymore. And I don't think comments would help either. So it's like, will this be something that, I don't know. Is it good having code that you don't understand, just living in your code base, to achieve some weird, obscure C++ compile time metaprogramming functionality? I don't know. It's dangerous. All right. Yeah, go for it. You can share links. I think it'll allow you. It'll allow it. I don't know. Unless Twitch doesn't allow links. Yeah, this is, I'll take a look at that. That looks, could be very interesting. But let me add my little menu. Which session? Nice. Yeah, I'll take a look at these later. That's interesting. All right. I am going to disable these buttons for now. Put that down there. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's crazy how far you can go with the template metaprogramming stuff. Let's see. Thanks for stopping by. I'm always on the grind. The grind never stops. Oh, should have edited the wrong button. Yeah, I'm interested to see how the reflection stuff that they're adding in the future will tie into this. I really don't have a streaming schedule. I'm kind of consistent on Sundays, but I've also skipped quite a few Sundays in recent weeks. So it's kind of like the only day of the week I have that's actually free for live streaming. But I might stream again tomorrow afternoon my time as well. I actually have tomorrow off, so tomorrow off of work. It's a holiday here in the United States, which is nice. So I have off. So I might stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. But yeah, yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. It's a fun conversation. Yeah, it's fun doing these live streams. I should do them more often. It's a lot of interesting chit chat, whereas otherwise I'd usually just be here grinding away in silence. All right, yeah, see ya. Today I started late. So today's live stream wasn't too representative. So I guess I don't know. I try to start in the afternoon. So 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, whatever that is in UTC or your time zone. Last week I did a 7-hour kind of grinder live stream on Sunday, and then today I started a bit late because I was doing some stuff earlier this afternoon. Text box. Yeah, I'd stream more often. It's difficult because I I work a full-time job during the week, and I have other commitments that I do in the evening. So it's I just don't have the time. All right. All right, I just want to finish this up because I need a way of actually getting a non-randomly generated number save file name, because this is kind of really annoying. So where else do I do an input box? Create input field. Yeah, it's late for a lot of people. Yeah, so thanks for stopping by though. Maybe I'll try the stream a bit earlier so people in Europe and the rest of the world can have a better shot of watching without having to stay up all night. If I could get motivated in the morning, it would probably work out time zone wise better for a lot of people. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad that there are people that find this stuff interesting. I'm kind of surprised because I'm really not doing that much on the stream at the moment. I'm kind of like I said, ditzing around a little bit. Let's see. Once I get some of this code, I can compile again so you can see what I'm working on. I do a lot of coding without compiling sometimes. I'll just like write code for a while and then not see what I'm doing. Okay, so this needs to be that update input field, of course, that can be 0. Should really have actually what I have now should be able to compile. Oops, didn't need to multi-launch. Yeah, so what I'm adding is this text box here, which will be the basically the save file name. Because currently I just generate a random number, and that's my save file name. Which is kind of annoying, because if I go to the save file list, it's like just a bunch of random numbers, and I don't know which one of these are the most recent one. So instead, I'm going to generate a session name, but allow you to actually edit it. And that means I have to do some stuff with the button widgets, like I don't want you to be able to click the button if you don't have a valid name. So I get the name here and I can test whether it's valid or not. So like if this is a null string, then that button should be locked, which will prevent me from being able to click it. Let's see. Yeah, so it's grayed out until I type, and then that's cool. And then I guess on interact doesn't actually need to do anything. So instead, when I click the button, I need to grab the session name, which I currently do from this, but I can do from the button instead. Yeah, okay, so how should I do this? Yeah, okay. I need to copy this because it's a lambda. So get session name. Yeah, I do have a game in mind. One moment. Let me just finish this code for a second. Where's my get string? Oh, wrong hierarchy. Okay, so this gets the name from the button, and let's see. I don't need that anymore. I don't need... I guess I do need that. I'll just keep that stuff there for now. So I guess if this is null, we also have to assert this case, just in case somehow this fires while the name is an empty string. We basically just don't want to allow that to happen. So we'll early out if that's the case. I can move the state up to here as well. I can make this const. I can make this const, I believe. Yeah, so this is the game I'm working on currently. In a somewhat serious capacity, I guess. So it's a Terraria-like game, visually, Minecraft-like, I guess. But thematically and like gameplay-wise, it's going to be kind of its own thing. Okay, so let me just test that this works. Test session. And then if we go into the list from earlier, one of these should be test session. Here it is. Probably can't see it on the live stream because it's such tiny text. In the games, this game's in early days at the moment, relatively speaking, and that there really isn't much of a game to this yet. It's kind of just like a water physics and randomly generated world. But I'm working my way towards having the game actually have gameplay features. So I guess my quick elevator pitch is this game's going to be focused more on like historical themes. So obviously it's like a open world sandbox Minecraft-like thing. So not very original in that respect. But it's going to have like 3 different pillars to it for how the gameplay works. So I'm trying to like hit kind of the 3 main sandbox type things that you like to do. So there's like the survival pillar. There's sort of the world exploration, world building pillar, and then there's the automation and technical thing. And the way I intend to tie that into like the gameplay, is that you'll progress through 3 historical ages. So you'll start in the Stone Age, and it'll be more of this classic survival, you know, run around, try not to get eaten by monsters, type vibe, which is why my character is this like Stone Age NPC, Stone Age warrior guy with a spear. And then there will be objectives for you to achieve throughout the Stone Age. And once you have reached, you know, those objectives, you'll transition to the medieval age, which will be more the classic sort of medieval fantasy type aesthetic. And the game will shift from being less of a survival focused hunter-gatherer type game and be more of a exploration and kind of I don't know, higher level problems, I guess you could say. So there will be kingdoms, and there will be like conflicts between the kingdoms, and there will be like an economy between the kingdoms. And obviously the world generation will be more medieval in theme. And then once you complete the objective for that, you'll go to the industrial age, I call it, which is more of like a steampunk modern style world. And the focus will be mechanisms and automation and machines. And basically, yeah, there will be progression within each age for basically each gameplay pillar is kind of my take on what I want to do with the game. Now, obviously that isn't in the game yet because this game is still early days. But I'm trying to develop the engine and just the fundamentals. To allow me to do that, because it is kind of an ambitious project having like 3 games within the game. So yeah, I'm trying to focus on the core stuff at the moment, obviously. And personally, like like some of my favorite games growing up are like tycoon games or like SimCity, because I kind of love the idea of having I don't know, I like those games because you have like sort of emergent gameplay through the systems, like through the parks you build, and you have little NPCs running around. So my game is going to try to be similar to those in how you actually like play, if that makes any sense, which probably doesn't. So there will be like NPCs, and the NPCs will not be as surface level as they are in some of the other games in the genre. So I'm focusing on getting that stuff right at the moment, which is why there isn't much gameplay yet. But before I can get there, I must walk before I can run. I should have a helper function to validate the name of these things. I'll do this in a gross way for now. Let's see. I don't know, actually. It's a weird question. It's a weird response, I think, to say I don't know, but I think I never formally learned networking, but I've been exposed to it and the principles behind it for a long time. So I think I just kind of understood how it works without needing to like learn it specifically. And that's like the least helpful answer I could possibly give. Because like, who is this guy? I'm just so good. I just know networking without having to learn it. Now, like clearly I've learned networking at some point. But I think the actual answer is that the way networking works is very similar to how a lot of other things work that aren't networking. So like, I've thought a lot about how to do like save files, and like saving and reading from, from files. And networking is actually very similar to that, in that you have to consider a lot of the same problems. But then there's just this additional layer of like managing connections, and doing like the handshake between, a server and a client. But the actual meat of it is not fundamentally different than like other things you solve just normally when trying to make games or make a game engine. Now, the tricky part with networking is that, yeah, that's true. The tricky part with networking is it depends on what your game is. It depends what kind of game you're making, because like the networking requirements for like Call of Duty or Counter-Strike are different than the network requirements of like RuneScape, right? Because one's a Twitch shooter and latency matters, and preventing cheating matters, tie breaking, and like who got the kill and who didn't, that matters a lot to those games. And it has to feel responsive, so you have to have these kind of complicated systems that can predict game state and then roll back if it mispredicts. So yeah, it's simple. Networking is very simple if you just have to do simple things. But yeah, if you have like complicated stuff like rollback and all that stuff, it's a lot harder. And also the other tricky part is that to do networking right in a game has a lot of complicated state that needs to be synced, you really need to implement networking from the start before you do a bunch of other stuff, because so much of the way you structure your code and like where data comes from and where it's mutated depends on, just the networking backend. Like in my game, I have the concept of the integrated server, or like the client server, which is, you can be a server while also playing in the same application, and people can connect to you. So like my code needs to be able to be a server and a client at the same time. It also needs to know how to be just a client. It needs to know how to be just a server. So you need to like know how to break up the systems that make up the game based on that. Long story short. All right. 1 second, let me finish this function. I'm trying to write a little helper function that will allow me to quickly test whether the session name already exists. Yeah, I guess, my answer wasn't very good. And thinking back on that. It's tough because there aren't very many, at least in my experience, there aren't many like good just like simple resources out there to just reference when it comes to implementing multiplayer in a game. There's some good talks out there on YouTube if you like search for, I don't know, video game networking or something. I'm sure some of them pop up. But they're kind of like just conceptual overviews on the various problems and things you need to think about. It's not very good at like, there aren't very many resources where it's just like, this is specifically how you implement da 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 da. And I'm sure that stuff exists. It's just like tough to find. Unless you know specifically like what it is you're looking for. Okay, so let me see. Fake answer. It's true though. Like there are so many things where it's like you have like other things you learn, and then you realize the learnings from the other things actually translate over to other problems. And it's like, and I've experienced this a lot. It's like certain things where it's like, I don't even know where I learned this or where it like clicked, but eventually things click and it's like, okay, I kind of see how these problems are solved now. And it's like unhelpful as a as a mentoring figure, because it like I don't know how to help somebody with that. It's like I can't just tell you how to get insight on problems. I kind of admire teachers who can do stuff like that. I mean, go ahead. Yeah, the GitHub is in the description, I believe. Not the latest version of the engine, because I don't update that GitHub link too often. Mostly because I don't want to like put a broken build up there. For context, though, my engine, I showed this before, but it does support 3D. So I do have 3D capability in the engine. It's just not like very deep. Where's my mouse button? Yeah, here we go. So here's my little globe project. This is my 3D demo project, which just demonstrates that I can render like shaders and stuff and have complicated 3D camera where I can pitch and roll in all axes. But the engine doesn't have like, I don't have in an official way built into the engine like a PBR renderer for 3D stuff. I just have like the components you would use to build a PBR renderer if I went and implemented it in a specific game. But I would need like on a per game basis to use those pieces to actually like write the PBR renderer. And yeah, that is actually, that is my main goal with the avoiding the standard library is for compile speeds. So yeah, I don't use the standard for pretty much anything. And again, it's not because I think the standard library is bad. I don't want people to like think that I have some hatred toward the standard library, like some people kind of passionately do. It's mostly because I don't like how much compile time it adds. I just value quick turnaround. And I find that I don't actually use too much of the standard library to solve most problems. So it's like a burden I felt wasn't necessary, I guess. But as a consequence, I have sort of my own little arbitrary containers for things, like my own hash map that kind of works in a way that I know how it works, but I don't think it's like directly one-to-one with the standard map or whatever it is. What do you use for build the project? So my engine, I have my own build tool. Ultimately I use Ninja build to handle like the actual dispatching of the compilation and the linking. But I have my own build tool that I use to like figure out which source files need to be compiled for the specific project I'm compiling. And then to make my life easier, I have this plugin for VS Code that I wrote, which is just like a little helper tool widget. You know, they have little widgets that I can select the projects I have. Like here is another little project I can switch to. So this little VS Code plugin just like lets me change, you know, various things for my build tool in VS Code, and I can like bind it to a hotkey, so I can just press F5 and I compile. But ultimately what this is actually doing is just generating a command line, like command. So I can run my engine outside of VS Code. Like I don't need VS Code to use my engine. So if I want to do the same thing just in the terminal, I can do this little batch script I have, which is like how I bootstrap my build. And I can give it the project. Let's do my game here. Actually, the game might not compile. Let's do the globe. And it's building, so it just compiled. And I seem to have an error in my build pipeline. Oh, I didn't pass it. Maybe this isn't going to work. I think I have a bug in this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so you can pass it through the command line. And like I can set like which compiler should it use. So it uses like, so it used MSVC by default. You can see it like grabbed the MSVC arguments or whatever. But like I can change the LLVM and get Clang to run instead, which is actually a lot faster than MSVC. And I can change like graphics. I can use OpenGL. So now well, I guess I was running OpenGL before. Oh, that didn't work. What? Why didn't it switch to OpenGL? I guess my my graphics option do I have it rendered? I think my command line's busted because it's not switching, but in theory I should be able to switch. I'm not sure why it's not working right here. That's weird. But yeah, it's just my little VS Code is just a wrapper around a call to that script, that shell script, or batch script, I guess, on Windows. Okay, okay, let's see. Yeah, and it does have OpenGL. I have Metal as well for Mac because I have cross-platform too, so I can run on Mac and Linux. So I can really get the full suite here of operating systems and stuff, which is another thing I prioritized. It's the cross-platform aspect, mainly because I have a MacBook as my only laptop, so I want to still be able to work when I'm not at home in my main computer setup. Where is my string equals function? What is this mad about? Okay, so this function will basically, well, in theory, should validate whether the save file name is unique and not null. Let me just look through this quickly to verify. Okay. That should work. It's a lot of work for a single button. Ooh, my logic is backwards. The compiler will not change the order of that. That's actually a strict rule in C and C++. For exactly that reason. The compiler certainly can switch order of things, but that is one of the cases where it doesn't. It's part of the spec. Which is a good to know thing, actually, because it's pretty useful. My logic for oh, I guess this should be inverted. My logic is inverted. So this is true. It's locked if it is not valid, obviously. Okay, so we have a session called ASDF. Yeah, there we go. Now, in theory, ideally I should give like some warning message what the error is. Because otherwise you'd be like, why can't I create this session name? Like, why can't I create this save file? Yeah, and it's kind of a similar rule to like why the compiler can't rearrange like struct in class members, even if the order could be optimized by rearranging things due to like the way padding is inserted. The compiler doesn't do that sort of optimization because it's more important that the programmer can rely on the fact that the memory layout will be the same every time it compiles. because there's just a lot of things that actually rely on that being true. Okay, sorry, I'm like blanking at the moment. I'm just gonna say like start game for this button instead of adventure because that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to simplify these buttons as well. This is the most thrilling code in the world. The other thing I want to do is the session list. I want to change the color of the buttons for the sessions. Where do I create the buttons? Here I go. I don't know what color to make them. Make them like a dark blue or something. And I want to set the format to be larger text. And I can probably do this. Oh, does it not let me do this? A non-aggregate type. I guess I just have to do it like that. Wow, that's a crazy blue color. Maybe I don't like the crazy blue color. Maybe we need a lighter blue. This is all just temporary anyway. I don't know why I'm thinking too hard. These buttons look like something from a Flash website. There we go. A bit more pleasing on the eyes for my good debug art. And now, the last thing I will do, probably before I end the stream for the night, is I want to sort them by file time. So the most recent is on the top. So I will need to first figure out where I'm populating this list. Which is here. So I need to sort the files by time, and I don't remember if I have a, oops, didn't mean to run the game. I have a sort function in here. I don't know if I have one that can take a custom compare type. I do, actually. What does compare look like, though? Where is this function? Why can't I find this? Here it is. Oh, it goes to partition. So where's partition? All right. So I have this crazy function where I can write my own sorting test. Where am I? So here, we iterate, and then we want to sort them. So we have a file info left, right. I'll probably just trial and error this until I figure out which one is which. But our test will be if left.time.as u64 is less than right.time. And then I think this should sort them in some way or another. I'm actually not sure if that did anything. I mean, newest is at the bottom. And then that goes to the bottom. Okay, so I just have it inverted. So I just need to flip the sign. There we go. The most recent session is at the top. It's on the GPU. But I do some stuff on the CPU with it as well. But yeah, the main simulation's on the GPU. Which makes it pretty tricky to network for multiplayer, but I think I've solved it. This is oil. This is kind of annoying to actually have to type this. I should like autofill with a random starting name, perhaps. So let me add that quickly. Yeah, here we go. Now at least we have something to work with. Why does it feel so laggy? That way I can sprint through and create a world. What else can I do? Low-hanging fruit here. Let me save all these changes first and foremost. But yeah, the fluid, to answer the question of the fluid a bit more thoroughly. So the fluid, yeah, it runs on the GPU. But I do the sound, so I have sound as a portion of this as well. Maybe it's hard to hear on the live stream, but there's like audio for when the fluid like splashes around and when it's flowing. So I have to detect that in order to actually play sounds, of course. So I do that on the CPU, and I can show kind of what the debug looks like for that, because it's kind of interesting. So basically, I have some little probes throughout the scene that basically respond to the state of the fluid simulation and sort of get pushed around. And from those probes, I can basically detect where sound should be played. And then of course the CPU side, like physics for like entities and stuff, has to be able to read the fluid data in order to obviously be moved around. So I do have to sync, like do a read back to get the fluid in a CPU accessible state. Oh, interesting, these blocks didn't appear. I have a bug in my netcode. I also have a wind simulation that I don't have enabled right now. But it works in a similar way. Which GUI? that can mean a couple things. So like this here is VS Code, so it's just like a program. I have on the left. I don't know, it's hard to tell what's, yeah, like this stuff. I do have like debug stuff enabled. That like this stuff up here is just debug UI. And like the tool, the command line here is all just debug stuff. I have like some built-in debug type things for like tuning colors and stuff. Like, this is a crazy little debug widget that I can use to change the color of the sky or the clouds. And like this widget here is something I just built into the engine. So I can like program, or I guess tune sort of this. Oh, yeah. Like when I do this. Yeah, sorry. It's hard to know what you're talking about when I can't see what you're thinking. But it's all good. I have a lot going on, so it's true. Yeah, like right now I have 2 windows open because I'm testing the multiplayer as well, so it kind of complicates things. But I have this fluid simulation, and one of the problems is networking this because it runs on the graphics card. So I have kind of a good solution where it actually like does work pretty well in multiplayer, which is way harder than you would think at the surface to do this. Mostly because of the amount of weird edge cases that can like completely break the synchronization of the way the water moves. But yeah, I think I'm actually going to end the stream here soon. I've been going for a little while. And I've kind of completed all the main things I wanted to get done this evening. So I know maybe some of you just jumped in, which is kind of unfortunate, but I think I'm going to stream again tomorrow. Here, I'll stay long enough to answer the question. Yeah. Yeah, Rust, that's neat. I have pretty much no Rust experience, but I have heard of Bevy. Oh, my screen just went out. See, that wasn't actually me turning the stream off. That's just my screen died. I've heard of Bevy. There's a YouTuber I saw that was making a game in Bevy and Rust, and it's pretty interesting. Why did my screen cut out? I don't know what just happened. Maybe that's a sign that the stream should end, is when my capture card just like fails on me. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. Oh, it just died again. I'm gonna end the stream for today. I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow afternoon, my time, which will probably be like 16 hours from now, roughly. Maybe a little more. So if you guys are interested in stopping by again, look forward to that. I actually can't promise that, but I think I'm going to. So I have like an 80% promise. But yeah, thanks to everyone for watching. Glad I could entertain. Yeah, see you guys.